Check, check, check. Okay. Simgiget, sigidam hana alkuositu. We're going to have a special early bird draw for everyone who showed up right on time. So we're going to do that right now, and then we'll proceed to our opening prayers, and we'll begin grabbing some food, and then we'll get down to business. And so the first winner, the early bird door prize, is 6257097. 7097. Hey! All right, we got a bingo. Congratulations there, Gigi. You're at 6? Okay. We'll bless the food and get started. Could I ask, would anyone be willing to bless the food, and then we'll get started with eating? Oh, Hamia.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day, and we just thank you for this gathering, and bless the food that have prepared it, and all the people that have attended. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Hamia. All right. I guess is it self-serve or? Yeah. How are we do? Is it kind of self-serve, or how are we going to do the food? Just kind of help. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're ready to go. Yeah. All right, so Gala Yochwin Nissim. Elders first, as always, and yeah, it's self-serve tonight with a beautiful meal. Hamia. Simgiget, Sigidum Hanak, and Kubusit. Luantodi and Gasum, Samel Amayuxatun. We really appreciate everyone who could make it out tonight because, you know, it's the community, it's our elders, it's the Huwilt, it's the Simgiget and Sigidum Hanak that are the authority from which we take our cue as council. Because our role is ethics. We oversee the policy, we do our best to make sure that everything is as fair as possible. And where we derive ethics is from what our community needs, from the culture, from the vision that you put out to us. And I just want to say that, you know, as your current serving public servant, chief counselor, whatever you want to call me, I'm not too fond of the title chief counselor. If you recall my first election video, I was going to change the title to village servant. And yeah, so in my role, you know, it's been a lot of really respecting boundaries. It's been a lot of doing my best to support our staff, to ensure that, you know, they have the space to build up the team, to build up the capacity, and ultimately to enact the strategic vision. So tonight we're going to be doing some work on that. We have some excellent guests who are here, and we'll have you know, some more handouts, some more agendas, and we'll have a planning sheet that'll be here shortly to basically get everyone's ideas and input. Then we'll put that into the strategic plan, and that will be used to inform our budgets. That will be used to inform the work that gets done here in the community. Because I think this has been, it's been too long since we've had community meetings like this. And I think the goal going forward for everyone is to do this a lot more often, to have everyone's input into the direction we take, into the programs, to get all the information reported quarterly, so that folks have access to the financial information, that everyone can see what kind of pools of money we have. What do we have to work with as a community, and where we need to prioritize that? And I think it's the most straightforward option, and you know, I believe in just keeping things simple. No need to complicate things, no need to do any runarounds. Because, you know, once again, you're all the boss. That's how it works. So for tonight's agenda, you know, after we'll start off with the remarks from Chief and Council. Then after we'll move into the strategic planning session. Then after we'll look at economic development. So we'll be sharing updates around the Anspach development, you know, the work that we've done to basically get that on track and get community oversight there. Then we'll be looking at community needs. And then following that, we'll be going into quite a few important community topics. We've had some feedback from community leading up to the meeting about what people really want to talk about. And, you know, we're going to be covering safety. We're going to be covering, you know, the work of our departments. We're going to be talking, you know, also about, you know, more about the economic development, as well as a good amount of time for discussions, questions, answers, anything you want to bring to the table. We'll be happy to address it here, and I'm just so happy that we have many of our department heads who will be here because, you know, they're the backbone of the organization. We're just the pretty faces, some of us. I'm just kidding. Hey. And I just want to say right off the bat, like, I can't tell you all how much I appreciate our staff, that I appreciate Blanca, that I appreciate everyone who's put a lot of work in this year to really get us into the right place. Because we have had some big changes. over the past couple of years. And I think especially during COVID, when we didn't have many meetings with community, things got a little complicated. But right now, I think we're on track to get the finances in order, to do regular reporting, to do regular community meetings, and also to start more engagement with community regularly. Just this morning, we had a meeting with some of the elders in Simgiget, Sigidim Hanak, here in the village, and one of the key priorities that was identified was the language, Kiksanamach. And a lot of that discussion was around strategies to make that a more permanent fixture, so that we don't have just little pots of money popping up here and there, you know, where we can hire a language teacher and then it just disappears for the next couple of years. But to actually have a permanent body here in the village with an identified budget, with quarterly meetings, that's able to plan for the year. And, you know, along those lines, I think there's a lot more that we can do for many of our identified priorities, to have, you know, the talented members of our village to be a part of making those decisions. And then for us as council to support in every way we can, you know, when it comes to helping to ensure that these priorities and these, that these committees and bodies that are composed of the community members have the resources they need to get the work done. And yeah, I just wanted to mention from this morning, it was language revitalization was one of the big priorities. And I'll be working, there'll be another meeting, I think we'll plan for the spring, and that'll be focused on language revitalization with community members. And I'll be running around talking with all of our neighboring organizations, all the different societies, to see what kind of resources we can pull together so we can actually have a year-round plan for helping everyone to learn the language, learn the culture, and basically support in any way we can the preservation of our Guajiens. So, just once again, I'm really grateful you could all be out here tonight, because this is, yeah, in my mind, this is where we make that vision, and then it's our job to ensure that vision happens, to ensure that no malpractice happens, you know, to ensure the policy is fair, to ensure that our community members are all treated with respect, because at the end of the day, we're your public servants. So, thank you once again, and I'll hand it down the line to, oh, one more important thing. All the cash prizes tonight will be cash. I mean, door prizes. Direct deposit, so. Yeah, hang around, hang around. We already did an early bird special draw for everyone who showed up right at 5. But we'll keep those going throughout the night. We have quite a few, and yeah, I already see people texting all their family members, get down here. Yeah, that's really important. What can we do to get people out? And, you know, Norman shared some words with me this morning when we didn't have too many people when we started our first meeting. But he said, you know, it's good that you're just getting started. You know, people will see it, more people eventually show up, and don't be too disheartened. You know, especially when you're doing your first gatherings, that everyone might not be there. But I think if we keep doing it consistently, if we get it regularly on a schedule, if people know that, you know, we're going to have meetings 4 times a year or even more, then we'll get more and more people. But we'll keep working at building it up, and we'll make sure that, you know, on our end, we're consistent. So we'll keep working on that. So here I'll pass it down for some remarks from council.
Awesome. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all for coming out for our info session and our little bit of planning. And yeah, kind of excited. Just a little bit of background. We're no longer with Government Commission, so we got to learn all the stuff the Government Commission did for us, right? So yeah, it's a learning thing. We're in this comprehensive funding arrangement, and we're working towards the 10-year funding arrangement. But it's going to take a lot of work. We're hoping we can get there sooner than later. A lot of the issue is capacity, having those professional people. Could be just a planner, could be an engineer, people like that can put, because it's all proposal driven now. That's my understanding of it all. So what we need and what we need to fix, we have to propose for it to get it. So if we wanted to upgrade this hall, you have to propose for it and plan for it. And I think that's why it's so important that we have these quarterly meetings and have the input of our membership to push these issues, to find those funding, to just have a beautiful facility. I seen one in Chilliwack, their little administration hall, all in one. It's so beautiful, and that's something we want as a community. There's a lot of things that we want, and it's just a matter of how to get it and having the team put it all together so that we can have these things. You know, a lot of talk about water parks and just, you know, cultural lodges or cultural buildings, but yeah, that's I'm excited about all that. It's just going to take a little bit of time, a little bit of work, so that everybody understands how to do it. We were so gifted with Government Commission. They'd propose everything. They would come and help. I guess they were so-called our technical people, but now we don't have that, so we have to learn and do it ourselves. And I'm sure we'll get there. So like I said, it may need some patience and time, but yeah, we have a good group of people and awesome community that'll give us input and direction, especially the elders. There's not so many of them. There's lots leaving, and so once again, I look forward to tonight and listening and brainstorming and just all the information that will come out of tonight will be definitely useful for the council and the staff to try to make them real. It could be a lot of work, but I think we're up for it and try to do the best that we can for our community and our members. Thank you again for all being here and taking the time. It's so important. I hear what Laurie says. There's over, what, 800 of us on reserve here? And look how many here. And I heard what Norman said too this morning. He says, just keep going. I mean, it could get like depressing or discouraging, but I think the more people know about this and the more we do it and have a schedule, and more people will be involved, and that's what we're looking for, is more community input. Thank you, and hopefully you win one of the door prizes.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. I'm Lance Stevens. I think it's my third term as a councillor for the community of Kispiox, and I'm quite honored, and I take my role in the council as very seriously, and because I always want the betterment for the people. I always want the best possible income or revenue coming to my people, best possible solutions to any issues for my people, And when we sit down as a council, we have to sit down together and decide as a collective unit as a council. And none of us can speak for another, on behalf of the council when we're alone. None of us can speak on behalf of, on phone calls or emails. We always CC each other because we're a collective unit. And I think that's what's most important, being a councillor. And each of you, one of you being here shows just how much you really care about the community and where it's going. And like Colin said, we support Blanca and Chami and Kispiox staff, and we thank them for being here after hours, and the Kispiox Health staff for being here after hours. And we also thank the caterer. The food was amazing, and I look forward to all the positive feedback from the community today. And once again, thank you all for being here. It warms my heart. Hamia.
All right, so I saw Kevin just walked in the room, so I'll throw him right into the frying pan. We're just finishing up our councillor remarks. Good timing. Kevin. Woo! Yeah,
Simiyet, Sigamanak, Gretskabulsa. I don't know where we were going with the remarks here, but I apologize for being late tonight. I had to bring my son to his camp bus today, so it's a few minutes behind. But I think tonight is a great opportunity for the village to come out and share their concerns about some of the programs, and maybe get some of the facts or the presentations tonight from the different departments into the proper context. You know, this is something that I believe is important for anything that we do on council, especially, you know, have the community input. So I don't know, I think I could probably say that, you know, the last few months have been very busy to get up to speed with a lot of what's been going on, and you know, there's been a lot of changes. So yeah, I'm just glad to see everybody out here to provide that input into everything that we've been doing. I don't know what was said here by the rest of the councillors, but yeah, I'm just happy to see everybody out tonight. And I'm going to go grab some of this food, and we can jump into the agenda. Thank you.
Hamia. Okay. Okay, just finishing up with handing out some of the handouts for the next session, the strategic planning. And yeah, I'll hand the mic over when you're ready. Yeah, so this is a good opportunity just to grab another piece of dessert or some coffee, and we'll get started in just a minute.
I also wanted to add another thing there about how council communicates with the community. Usually when we communicate with the community, it's via email, or it could be face-to-face, but Usually it's by email, so if anybody has any issues or concerns, so you could just email me, lance.stevens@kispioxband.ca.
Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you so much for coming out.
Okay, thank you, and my name's Corey. So it's a pleasure to be here. Is that, can everyone hear me? Is that a okay volume here? Little louder? Okay, all right. Hello, good evening. My name's Corey. So I'm with a group called Indigenous Initiatives, and we came in to provide some support to help prepare and facilitate a strategic plan for the community. And that was earlier in the year that we were in. And we'll walk through that now. And the point of the presentation here is to get some feedback. We'll give a bit of orientation on what the strategic plan is, and then we'll just jump right into what was identified as priorities, and that's what's on the handouts. So we'll just run through those, and I'll mostly walk through them. And my colleague Kim, who's online, she'll jump in and provide some context where needed and can help answer any questions. And then once we've run through those, we'll open up the floor to any feedback. So what I suggest is, as we run through the priorities that were identified, please feel free to make some notes. And at the end, we can come back to those notes, and we can take that feedback from this meeting, and that's going to inform the final strategic plan for the community. So the feedback and participation is super important, so that the plan is reflecting the community wishes. So without further ado, we'll get started here. So a quick overview of the team. So there's several people with a lot of experience working directly with communities on this type of planning work over the years, helping with community development and planning exercises of this type. So the purpose of the strategic plan, right, there's really 5 main items, right? We can address some key challenges that are identified for the community and identify opportunities as well, right? So another point here is we're looking at long-term sustainable development and the different pieces that are going to, what that means for Kispiox, right? Chief Counselor was mentioning about language, and that's being a big priority. That floats right into point 4, preserving cultural heritage, right? And there's a number of priorities there that we'll identify. And the last point being promote the well-being of community members. So all key purposes of the strategic plan. And it's good to keep in mind what can happen without a strategic plan. It's kind of like a ship without a map, right? Or you're going on a journey, right? It's always good to have direction to keep the boat focused. So without the strategic plan, there's a risk of losing some direction, right? And then it can be easy to slide into just reacting to the next situation instead of planning ahead. So this strategic plan is actually looking ahead 3 years. So it's going to give a 3-year time window to try and identify these priorities and implement them, right? Without a strategic plan, there's risking some disorganization and lack of efficiency. There's nothing like one plan that everyone can reference that keeps everyone on the same page, right? The strategic plan also gives that chance for community input to identify opportunities and to grab onto those opportunities and make them a reality, right? So, and again, without a strategic plan, there can be lack of direction for key staff, and then the whole staff won't be necessarily working as effectively as they could otherwise be. So when we're thinking about a strategic plan, it's really good to keep in mind, right, not just all of the negative building possibilities. It's good to have to build off of strengths. So it's good to look at what are the strengths that can be leveraged, right? And then what are some challenges that can also be addressed? So you can't just look at the challenges. We need to leverage the strengths, and you'll see that as we talk about the priorities moving forward. So some great strengths we can reference. Positive relationship with Indigenous Services Canada, super important. Health director and employees are band members, which improves internal capacity. So these are some really good things to have. Over the last couple of years, there's been an increase of housing, so this is a nice strength. It's created a nice feeling of community well-being. And then elders, of course, are rich in traditional knowledge, super important. On the challenge side, there's a lack of adequate funding, right? So this will be a priority you'll see floating through the different areas we'll talk about. Lack of human resources to support members with needs to ensure continuity of services, right? So more communication needed with the community, another challenge. But with these types of community meetings, this is already starting to change, which is great. Now, infrastructure is not sufficient for community needs, i.e. youth programs, sports centers, childcare, right? So certainly some challenges, but also strengths that can be leveraged as part of the plan going forward. Okay, and then of course, why should the community be involved in the strategic plan? Well, the key point is that everyone in the room here has great ideas. So it's good to bring everyone to the table to contribute your ideas, and please write down any notes. If we're missing ideas, please write it down, and we're going to open up the floor at the end for feedback. And we'd love to take any ideas on this presentation to incorporate into the strategic plan. Finally, when people are involved, if the community is involved, everyone gets excited. There's transparency. You're involved, and everyone wants to see success of things that they're involved in. So it builds the chance of success for the whole venture. Okay, so let's just jump into it. So over the next slides, they're actually going to be the same slides that you're seeing in front of you. So what we'll do is we'll look at several areas, starting with government priorities. So you'll see on this sheet here in red, the same slide will be up on the screen. So we'll walk through these different areas. And just for some context, so it's clear, we'll go through governance priorities, and land and resource priorities. So there's 5 or 6 different areas we'll go through, priorities that have been identified. And I'd just like to give a bit of context. These priorities weren't just picked out of the air, right? So how those were developed is our team went in and we reviewed all of the planning documents that were available for the last number of years. And we reviewed approximately 30 planning documents for Kispiox. And we were able to pick out items that were priorities that were already indicated in the past from membership. So those are pulled out and brought into here. Secondly, our team went in and did interviews with staff and counselors to try and find out what's working, what's not, and where to pull out some more priorities. So that's what informed what you're seeing right here. So let's launch into it. Okay, so starting with governance priorities. So the 6 priorities that we were able to identify through those methods I outlined was establish emergency plans. So that's for fire, natural disaster, this type of event, right? Different types of events. Secondly, increase public meetings with council. Right? Third would be hiring key staff members. right? In addition to hiring key staff members, providing more staff training. To keep things organized in the office would be creating a new filing system for different documents and information at the community level. And then finally, policies developed and implemented for the band office. So at this point, I'm just, after each one of these slides, I'm going to open this up to Kim if she has any additional supplementary commentary that she'd like to provide. We'll see if this works. Kim, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, so we did 2 state visits to Kispiox last year with all the staff and things, and we went through kind of what they felt were key priorities to be able to build a stronger structure. So this is where these priority areas come from. So it's really centered around the team that's at the bank.
Okay, great. So, like I said from at the beginning, we'll try and get through the list of priorities in the different areas. So please take notes, and then we'll open it up at the end for any feedback. Right. So what that means is, for instance, if there's items that are deemed to be missing, feel free, we can add it. Or even if there's things that are felt not to be a priority, that is completely fine to give that feedback as well. It's also important. All right. Okay, Kim, you might want to mute yourself there, right? Okay, on to the next area, the next batch of priorities, all right? So, land and resource priorities. So, there was 4 main areas that were identified, and the first one being bridge upgrades. So that would be, of course, if there was any issue with the bridge, right? So, getting ahead of that. Secondly, funding increase for basic services. That's water, sewage, and power. A third priority is transition to natural gas for heating. And a fourth one, forest fire prevention and plan of action.
Sewage, but there were also problems with energy. So, for instance, with basically hydro installation, things like that came up. So that's what that encompasses. There was a lot of discussion, and there only being one route into the village right now with the bridge, and concerns about the bridge if anything happened to it in natural disaster, or how would the village be able to evacuate. All of those kinds of things came up. A lot of conversations around the bridge infrastructure and how could it be improved, and reopening the second route into the village so that in the case of an emergency, if something did happen, that you would be able to evacuate and all of those kind of things. So more around emergency needs.
There's a question in the back. Yeah, maybe I can handle that one, Kim. So there's no particular order right now, so it's just kind of blanket, and we can actually take feedback too at the end if there's like really high priorities. And again, the idea would be to kind of roll these out over 3 years to try and pick like a manageable set of priorities, and then that's what the goal would be. Right. So, right. No, this is great to have feedback, and for sure we'll be able to we're taking lots of notes, and we'll be able to pull out some priorities from these.
So we'll be able to address those questions because I think that's really important. We do have some of our department heads here tonight, and we do have counselors, and I think, yeah, I wrote that down, Gigi, and
If I had $10 million, I'd just hire somebody to do everything, no problem. But I don't
yeah,
have that kind of money.
yeah. No, I hear you. So I'm going to write that down, and I'll make sure that gets addressed, and I think it's important that we get everyone's feedback as well, because, yeah, if a policy's not working, we got to change it. And right now, we get our direction from you. And I think, you know, we're doing our best just to make sure we have policies, that we follow them, so everything's fair, everyone gets equal treatment. And yeah, no, we're going to dive into that, and I'm really glad you're here to bring that up because you have mentioned it before. So just quickly, I know I'm supposed to be letting Corey do the strategic planning segment, but we have been talking with the Ministry of Highways, and I think there's some work they're doing to map out the floodplain area with an idea that we could possibly in the future have a double-lane bridge that would have to be built while our current bridge is still standing. And so that work is underway in the very early stages because overall, our bridge is a bit of an antique when it comes to British Columbia. There's not many like that left. But here, I'll pass it back to Corey. If anyone, you know, any of your questions, like if you're bringing it up for the strategic plan, but we can't answer it right away, I'll write it down so that, you know, by the end for sure, we can get into it. Hamia.
Right. So, Kim, maybe you can elaborate, but my understanding was primarily for heating.
Yeah, I understand that part. Does this then mean that we're behind the natural gas production?
This was brought up as the fact that there was natural gas that was coming to the area and that your community wasn't connected to the natural gas line. So right now, what feedback I got when I was there was that heating costs, living was a lot higher, the way it was currently being done now, and they wanted to see if there was a way that you guys could get connected to the natural gas line that's going through because of all the developments, so that the cost could move over to
So I think some of the points when they did the survey for the strategic plan was, I'm not too familiar. I think that was also before our recent council got in. And yeah, like I think any of these could be amended. You know, I don't want to say my personal position because it's up to the community to decide, but like I totally get where you're coming from, and you know, I'd say you can go. Oh.
Yeah, if there's something that shouldn't be there or, like I said, is no longer relevant, then I can tell you guys, say that this is not a need of the community, right? So, because a lot of this was, we went through every report that was done on, whether it was a natural resource report or forestry, economic development, reports done in the past, and we pulled all the information from these various documents that were done over the years, and also talking to the staff. But yes, if something's not really relevant, then I would say remove it.
Great. So that's like great feedback as well. If there's anything on here that's jumping out as not relevant, please, this is good. Yep.
I don't think you could have segregated the chief and the council, chief and the swing chief, and public meeting. I think they need to get good as a whole. They all have to be in our meeting, not two separate meetings. I don't think it's right, because I am a wing chief and I just don't think it's right. It should be, everybody should be together in one accord, because we were talking about the village here.
Okay, thank you for process, like changes, right? On the back? Go ahead. Well, this was just, this was brought up from previous planning documents, that there was kind of a need for, or interest in reducing electricity and heating costs, and this was one way that was identified to help reduce them. But if it's not a priority, then, or of less interest, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I think what you all just laid is a very good point, and maybe for the council is that they would have to do like see what the costs were and the benefits to the community, because maybe was a suggestion, but it might not be a solution because the costs are going to be too high. But right now, no one knows. It was just at this point a suggestion for lowering electricity costs in one of the natural resource reports.
Okay, well, we'll head on to the next section then, unless there's any other comments there. In the back there? Yep. All right, thank you for that. So that's some interesting priorities we might be able to pull from that could be like affordability of like cell service and like connection services, and then also potentially this isn't quite under this section, but under like economic development could be revisiting deals with companies and organizations that are working on the territory. If they have been kind of just grandfathered in and sitting for some years, there may be an opportunity to revisit terms of various agreements to make sure that they're up to date and any opportunities that are there can be taken, all right, in terms of the structure or what might be, right, if there's any opportunities missed.
Yeah, just quickly from our end as Chief and Council for this exercise, I think, we want to treat it like a democratic exercise. So, you know, if you hear feedback about, like, for example, the natural gas topic, then if everyone writes, okay, maybe, you know, we'd rather not have that, and we got that notes from the majority of folks, then that's going to change our policy. Likewise, if you really like what someone else is saying about, you know, changes that need to happen, write that down as well, that you're in agreement, and then that'll help us to know basically where everyone stands on the issue. And we'll just keep going forward like that, and, you know, all the questions, we're going to keep writing them down, and we'll address them at the end once it's council's turn to, and our departments to come up and talk. Hamia.
Some of the ways we could do it too, if there's items that come up like that, could be like a show of hands, for instance. Right. So just on that point of the natural gas, transition to natural gas, it might be interesting just even by a show of hands, if there's kind of general support. Keep in mind this is just a concept of like to something that might be worth exploring. So it might be worth right now, we could take even a vote of hands, like show of hands, if there's interest in, from the folks in this room, yes, there's interest in exploring a transition to natural gas. We could just do a show of hands. So if there's interest, we could do that now. We could say the folks that are interested would say that's of interest to explore. You could raise your hand now. Sorry? Yeah, absolutely. So I would say, yeah, right now, if there's interest in exploring transition to natural gas, if you could raise your hand, just we could have a look around the room. And is there, and the folks that are pretty clear that they're not interested in that, if you could raise your hand as well. Okay, so quite clearly. So natural gas, so there's the large pipelines that are running, not quite, propane's the liquid, right? But I'm sorry? Okay, but I think that was good to get an indication there. But
Hello. Hello. Yeah, these forms here, it could have probably even said clean energy instead of transition to natural gas. It could have had a little box there that said clean energy. There's all kinds of, the council sits here and we brainstorm for ways to make things better for our community. And I know natural gas isn't one of them that we talked about at our table, but we brainstorm. We talk about wind, maybe putting those wind things up on the hill there for alternative energy. Maybe building a solar energy farm somewhere. These are all brainstorming ideas because we don't want to depend on BC Hydro. They're a monopoly and they soak us. And the council always tries to find better alternative energy sources for our people. And we didn't put this together. And you guys are trying to contradict us, and we don't even have part with this form here or anything. All we want is clean energy for our people, and that's what I think that's our idea. And
okay, great. So focus on clean energy and renewable energy. This is like a great option for bringing up for a new priority, right? For economic development or this type of work, this type of new focus, right? So for sure, feel free to include, we can add renewable energy, clean energy as a focus, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we'll move on to the next set of priorities then, which is moving on from land and resources to health priorities. So the four main areas that were identified were increased housing, and Kim can talk to that in a moment, why that's included in health. Then increased mental health, home care, and dental programs. A third area is establish an emergency shelter. And then the fourth being establish an emergency call system. Right, so that would be how to bring in emergency services, if it's fire, ambulance, police, this type of level. Kim, do you want to maybe add a bit of context to the increased housing?
Feedback we got that there was some beautiful housing put in place, but there was a lot of people said they were still looking for like single homes, not just apartments, kind of where there was the triplexes and different things like that. So they wanted a variety of housing where they felt there still wasn't enough housing in the village, and also even the maintenance of the housing that was currently in place. So there was a lot of repairs and stuff that had to be done to some houses. So it was like a lot of things in the housing file, if you want to say, but that was some of the bigger.
All right, so feel free again to make any notes, and we can bring up at the end as well any points that priorities that should be added. Okay, well, let's head on to our next slide then. So the next area is social priorities. Yes, go ahead.
I heard a lot of there's like a lot of breakdowns in communication between the emergency systems. There's a breakdown in communication when someone makes a call and the people that are in Kispiox. So there's like multiple problems in there. We've kind of left it like in a short bullet form, but all of the things you're saying, I've heard multiple times.
Right, no, thank you for that. And I think having that up as a priority is an important area to be working on. right? So at this stage, I think it's just highlighting that it's definitely an area to be looked into as a priority focus, and the specifics of it, there's certainly lots of ways to do it. Maybe, Kim, we were chatting about some of them even before the meeting.
Okay, so with the first responders, there's a lot of issues within our own fire department. One is funding, and also the first responders, all of those that have been trained and would like to stay within the community and continue to support our community and protect them, they also have to work. And in order to support their families, they need to leave and go to camp. So we lose a lot of our support when our people have to leave the village for work. And unfortunately, the camp jobs are higher paying jobs. And also, like, when you're a first responder, there's a lot of trauma and grief involved. And so, you know, there's a lot of community input with regards to how quickly people respond. And you have to remember that those people that respond, that's their time, that's their life. They've got lives too. They have families to support. And, you know, most of the time, things are posted on Facebook. And we have community members that individually call our community members, and you know, they know who to call when they need help because they think of those people. And it's, unfortunately, Facebook is faster than 911 often. I'm sorry to say, but like, seriously, like, I used to go nights where I would not miss a phone call because of the stress and the anxiety of people needing help, like serious help, because I've had first aid since I was a teenager, and you know, I've always done what I can to help others, and everyone is in the same boat. Like, I know who to phone, but unfortunately, like, we can't do anything with our hospital services. We have minimal services within our hospital. We only have 2 ambulances, and they have to cover all of our communities. So there is nothing we can do about the service with the ambulance unless we have our own people trained and bring in like one of those medical training vehicles that can help transport people. But you also have to have people who are staffed, so you need to have those positions, but you also have to have the funding. So, like, there's a lot of ideas and there's a lot of solutions, but without having the funding to support those people who are constantly available to help, like, it's not realistic. So as much as we try to help with solutions, the influx of people having to leave the community for work, which is really difficult to predict, or, you know, people are always going to do what's best to support their families. So other than encouraging your families to volunteer with the fire department, scheduling's always an issue with practices, but also, like, the housing, with the bank, if your home is privately owned, you cannot get house insurance without an active fire department. Like, there has to be a lot of things that are in place for that. So there's a lot of things that need to be improved, and we are trying to help work towards rectifying these things, and it's a lot of other things that are out of our control.
So,
yeah, I'll just speak to that as well, because I think you're spot on, Denise. We need a protocol with 911 if other emergency services aren't available, because we have the infrastructure here in the village. You know, our volunteer fire department, I recently started volunteering, and there's a couple of us greenhorns there. We all have radios. A lot of us have first aid training. A lot of us have naloxone training. We have automatic defibrillators, accessible at the fire hall. And I think, at the very least, we have one down here and also one up at the gas bar. But, we've been training regularly every week, every Wednesday at 6 o'clock for the past couple months. But we do need more volunteers. And I just want to commend this young fellow over here, Scott Barnes. I think we responded to one of our first actual calls the other night. And, basically how it works is if 911 receives the call, they'll immediately connect to our radio system, our repeater here in the village. We'll get the notification, we'll get connected on the radios, whatever we're doing at home. I was asleep the other night and then turned on, said there was a truck fire down on Pine Avenue. So we responded to that, we got it out, and so we have the infrastructure. I think we're going to need some more training, and yeah, so Brandy was just mentioning that we could get, some training with the health center, because a lot of it comes down to training. A lot of it comes down to, maybe.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Bob Barnes. I'm from the village of Kispiox here. I hold a Marine Master's ticket. I was a BC ferry captain for over 25 years. So what I'm going to talk about is the fire department. This fire department has really got to pull their socks up. I know they're volunteers, but I also know that they know basically very, very little. You've got to go back to your basics. You have your different types of fires. You've got solids, you've got oils, you've got electricity, you've got combustible metals. You people don't know anything about it, nothing. I let Scott go out, and I'm getting to the point of where I won't, because I know if we have a big fire, someone is going to get hurt. If someone gets hurt, something goes haywire, the chief and council are liable. They're the ones that are going to get in trouble. So you've got an opportunity to start bringing people in to train your firefighters. Our house insurance went up a considerable amount this last year, an awful lot. And the reason it went up is because the insurance companies no longer recognize the fire crew in Kispiox Village. So I really hope you take this seriously and do something about it. Not just talk, do something. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lorraine Wiggett. I like what everybody was saying about the telephones. I phoned the office this afternoon, and anyways, I could hear it. It was going through. I heard somebody pick up. you know, and I was like, hello, hello, hello. And anyway, she could hear me, and she saw call display, so she tried calling me back, and then, you know, but so the phones are just messed up. You know, I stopped in, and, you know, I was able to get it taken care of, whatever that I went and wanted to phone and address the concern. And it goes back to my sister's concern, you know. We talk about, you know, the services that we get. We pay premium dollar for our services, you know, but get really substandard delivery. You know, we really need to, you know, start hitting the table and using our voices and saying, yeah, enough's enough. We're not going to, you know, settle and be good little Indians. I'm not saying go all savage or anything, but I'm saying, you know, we need to, you know, just hold people accountable. And I like that, you know, about what you're saying about the training that needs to happen up at the fire hall. I'm looking into housing insurance, and there's no way I'm going to be able to afford $2,000 for the year. Absolutely not. Anyways, I asked and I put my hand up earlier because, you know, I wanted to say something happy. You know, the increased mental health, home care, and dental program. You know, I want to commend the health department, our health authority, and Kispiox Health, for bringing in dental, for bringing in mental health counselors. I grew up not even knowing, you know, that, you know, I had really, really high anxiety. I probably could get a marijuana note from the doctor, you know, because of my anxiety. But the stigma around that is that, oh, gee, you know, you're just going to be a pothead. You know, having heated conversations, but, you know, but staying respectful, you know, is when we're going to actually start healing as a community. You know, just because I don't get my way doesn't mean I'm going to come in and give everybody hell and everybody's going to be held hostage. You know, because Lorene Wiget's not getting what it is that I want. I really appreciate, you know, the services, you know, that people are getting, or giving and providing. And I'm not somebody, you know, that's a big tipper when it comes to services. If you're not delivering a good service, I'm not giving you a big tip. And I'm not somebody, you know, that just throws, you know, cheap little words and compliments around. If you're doing a good job, I'm going to tell you you're doing a good job. And then if you ask, you know, how you can do it better, you know what? I'll give you time and I will let you know my opinion. So, Kispiox Health, let's put those mental health counselors to work. Let's let them earn their money. You know, go in, fill those appointments. Go and share whatever it is, you know, that, like, I'm just really glad, you know, that we're able to find a counselor. I'm really glad that we have a dentist that we can come right into our center, you know, and work on our teeth. You know, we only got one set of teeth, and for the last month, you know, I've had a crown, you know, that fell out in the front, and it's really affected my smile, it's really affected my confidence. I kind of feel a little gangster, but you know what, I gotta wait until they get here and get it fixed. You know, if I could afford, you know, to travel somewhere and pay somebody, you know, $100 to go and fix it, you know, I would have, but I couldn't. So, the increased housing, I wanted to just say something quickly on that. I think it really sucks, you know, that we have 24 beautiful units, you know, that are valued at each unit a little over $500,000, only to put, you know, the drug dealers in there, only to have, you know, community members that don't even appreciate what the hell they have. That's my opinion. You know, I paid for my house. And it was a piece of shit house, you know what? But it was a house that I got because, you know, I needed housing. I went in and I was saying, you know, we got a squirrel that's living in my roof, you know, and I was told, oh, we don't have GGC funding, extra dollars, so we can't use any of that money, you know, to emergency funds. I really think, you know, the basic needs, housing, education, health, you know, are things, you know, that, and just food, heat, are something, you know, that we need to be grateful for. So if anybody wants to come and help me and Scott get rid of a squirrel, I'd appreciate it. Help me,
Yeah, thank you, Lorraine. And I know I got to hand it back to Corey so we can finish this, but
Yeah, we'll have to pick up.
yeah. No, we're going to have a whole section, because right now this is just the part of the meeting where we get down the notes for the vision, but then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of the discussion directly between, you know, all the councilors, all the administration, and, you know, we have a whole segment where we do want to talk about a strategy as a community in regards to the drug dealing and all that aspect. And I just wanted to thank Bob for his comments too, because, you know, the fire department, that's one that I've heard over and over, and it's really important to me. Like, I work full time. I fulfill the role as chief counselor in the village. I volunteer at the fire department every week. And it's at the point where I'm going to have to start, well, I'm volunteering to write grants so we can get the money to do the training. And it's a lot of work. And we need it desperately. Like, I'd much rather hang out at home, but, you know, if people don't show up every week, then it falls apart. It's just like a sports team. And, like, I would highly encourage everyone, like, if you know young people, or if you know able-bodied people who want to come out, who want to learn, we're going to be working really hard in the near future, especially to collaborate with the other successful fire departments. We've been talking with the chief of the Hazelton Fire Department. We're going to start doing cross-training. We're going to start actually getting folks up to speed, because there's only a handful of us that show up every week, and a lot of us are super green. And so we acknowledge our weaknesses, but, you know, at the same time, for myself personally, I can't just stay home and do nothing. You know, at least somebody's got to show up. So, yeah, well, I just know people care about this community, and like, we got to get this done. So I really appreciate all the feedback, and, you know, it's super important. I'll let Corey continue on, but overall, I think, you know, we'll have a lot of chance to get into the meat and potatoes once we just move through the exercise. Hamia.
Okay, thank you. So just a reminder too for everyone, a lot of these are setting kind of aspirational goals and priorities is what we're looking at. And it's true, there's a lot of complicated factors, right? Let's say for health, you need to talk about, well, the wages, and then attracting and providing training. There's many layers to it, but it's still okay to put this as a priority, right? And then the details have to come later, right? So if we head to social priorities, we'll just run through this one real quick. So increase life skills programming, which we'll get Kim to speak on just briefly. Then the next one, increase social assistance supports and programs. Another key one is establish banking facilities. And the final. Mm-hmm. final one would be establish a sports complex, a dedicated one. So, Kim, do you want to provide a bit more context to any of those?
Just in terms of the life skill programming, it came up that there used to be programs where elders were teaching younger people different skills and on the land and hunting and different things like that, and they wanted to see that increase. So there was that aspect of the life skills programs, and then we saw other things they were talking about, like understanding the credit score and understanding like some basic things like reading your bills, and so there was two variances kind of to the life skills. And in terms of the increase in social assistance support programs, I heard what the background say, but that was a big thing that come up, like support if there's drug and alcohol issues, mental health issues. So wraparound services, I guess, was a big thing that came up.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. So if there's no questions on that, we can also head to the next. It's a continuation of the social priorities. So, go ahead. Okay, well, if we head to our next one, thank you for that, by the way.
The utilization of existing buildings.
So that could be looking at some scheduling type processes or tools for that. Okay? Yeah. Okay, so on to the next one here, continuing with social priorities. So another item that was brought up was bring back the Meals on Wheels program, and that would be, for instance, we heard that elders were not having, maybe it was it during COVID, Kim? Some of this slowed down, or was it following?
Sorry, yeah, there was different programs that they said kind of stopped, that they felt were viable programs, and they wanted them to be restarted again. This was a few months ago, so I don't know if it had started, but it did get brought up when I was in the community as it hadn't started at the beginning.
Great.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. So that's great. Another one is hire additional social workers. Right, so there's some barriers to actually accessing the existing programs even then, right? right? So the last couple items on the social priorities was support with school transitions and maintaining students. So the idea there was once the youth are going from to finish their high school, for instance, having to leave school or leave the community to finish outside of the community, there is a higher dropout rate. So it's kind of providing additional supports to help ensure that students can finish their studies, get through their high school diploma, and then beyond that, where there's interest, to provide support as well for post-grad or undergraduate, rather. The final point being here, improve and develop tutoring support programs. So,
yeah, they said these were being placed, but they felt there was room for improvement. And again, they felt that when the kids were in Kispiox, seemed like it was better and the attendance was better and things, but once it went, the kids left to go to neighboring communities, and there needed to be more support for the kids. Integrated to school, to not drop out, all of those things came up numerous times.
all right, so that's the key items on the social priorities. So if we head on to the next one, cultural priorities. We've touched on some of these already. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. For sure.
I heard that when I was there, that often, like, there wasn't a celebration of success, and so then the kids didn't see people that were successful in education and to tie themselves, and it was also some, like, we didn't go into a lot of details on the slides, but maybe even setting up mentorship between kids and people who had managed, to succeed in their schooling and stuff, so they could be a role model and different things like that came up with some suggestions. So I totally agree with you, and it came up numerous times of like celebrating successes and showcasing people from the community, and all those are great ideas.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Please go ahead. right? All right, so support right in the community, not just for those next steps going outside, right? Yeah. Right. Well, it seems like in agreement that more support for the kids, more support for the folks that are supporting the kids and the resources. And all right. Oh, thank you. Okay. We're moving on to cultural priorities, which we're starting to see some overlap with some of the other areas that we've discussed. So for cultural priorities, we have increased human resources to help with programming. So that would be primarily at the band office, I'm assuming, Kim, for this one. We're on to the first item under cultural priorities. So next from that one, there's a separate building for culture and recreation, which might overlap with the previous thought on just better utilization of space. Oh, of course. So we're on to the second point there. The second point, rather, building for culture and recreation. Third point being museum reopened. And then the fourth one, increased connection between youth and elders.
This one came up high, the connection between youth and elders was tied a lot to language. They found that there could be more connection, and speaking the language, it would help the youth to learn the language. And they felt that there had to be activities and stuff where it was fun, and the youth were enjoying themselves with learning the language. And also like
two more.
skills, all of those kind of things. There was a lot of talk in there between connecting the elders in the community and the youth, not just youth, but adults as well. So came across multiple times.
Okay, I think we're going to take a little break here to switch things up with a draw.
Okay, so our second draw of the night, this is going to be cash prize direct deposit. The winner is 625-7092. 7092. Do we have a winner? If they're not here, we're going to redraw. Oh.
Oh no.
Redraw. Seven 7092. Do we have a winner?
You just won the draw.
7092 is the ticket ending in 7092. Going twice. All right, redraw. Okay. You're keeping us in suspense. Yeah. They're not here, so. Okay, our new winner is 6257098. Hey, winner! Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
All right. So we'll continue on here. We've got 2 more slides to go through, so we'll try and power through these and get any last feedback. Okay, so we're on to economic development priorities. So the four categories we got here. We have training for staff to help with applications. That's like funding applications, different project applications, and business plans. The next one would be increased jobs for youth and local population. Third one is develop public transportation, which Kim can explain shortly. And the fourth item being create business development support. So that would be like startup support. So if there's folks in the community that want to start a new business, like a small cafe or whatever it is, small entrepreneurship type stuff. Kim, if you want to explain the develop public transportation, why that fits under economic development. Yeah, thanks, Kim. So one of the other items that was brought up earlier in the evening here was looking into clean energy. So this could definitely be an economic development focus, which can be looked at further. It's definitely been used across the province for communities supporting, looking at run of the river and different types of clean energy sources. So that's definitely to be added. Okay, well, if there's no more focuses for this category, we can head on to our last slide here, which is the infrastructure priorities. So you can see the several items here. We have a building for seniors. We have a building or a location for daycare, the second one. Cell service, which has come up multiple times. So infrastructure to improve the quality and reliability of just using your phone, or even at the, perhaps possibly the existing wired infrastructure at the band office, as we were hearing tonight. Fourth one being maintenance to band buildings as an infrastructure priority. So getting buildings in good shape, existing buildings. And the last one being increased ability of fire services. Kim, do you want to speak to that last one? Or we've heard about it tonight already, actually. Yeah.
There was like multiple things around fire, which I mean, we've heard from all of you guys tonight too, so it kind of fell in 3 or 4 categories. But it came up multiple times for improvement services. Also, I'd just like to touch on the building for seniors, because they said right now if seniors are placed out of their home and their family can't take care of them anymore, they have to leave the village. And then families don't get to visit them so often. They felt that there needed to be some kind of senior housing with support that could be put in the village when the family can't take care of the elder anymore. So that came up as well, and they also felt that lack of daycare was affecting people being able to work as well. So these all kind of, there were infrastructure priorities, but they also kind of tied back to other things like culture and economic development.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, well, that was the last slide. So what I suggest is perhaps we can take a break now, and I'm going to be around as well. So if there's like some further feedback or some, maybe we can open up the floor for a few moments. If there's any missing items that, or notes that folks had taken down, now's a great time to bring it up. Okay, right, sorry. Actually, there's one more slide here, which is just to outline the general process of the strategic plan here. So we've already gone through these first squares here of information gathering, review the documentation, and now we've been, like today is the third bubble of community consultations. So just getting some feedback from membership, and the last 2 steps, last bubbles on the right, those are kind of the next steps on this project. So the draft plan is going to be edited to incorporate feedback from tonight and follow-on feedback from council, and if we get some more afterwards. And finally, we'll update the document, and it'll be presented again to the community, like the final version. So let's open up again here.
Sorry, I just have a quick question on establish banking facilities. What are we thinking there?
Right, Kim, do you want to speak to that one? Establish banking facilities. What was the idea with that one?
They said that a lot of people had difficulty, they had to go into another village to get banking services, and so it made difficulty. So lots of times there was a lack of understanding, lack of using bank facilities, lack of building their credit, all of those kind of things. So they might go in, cash a check, and they go back. So there's like a lot of presence of banking facilities in the community, and it's hard for people to get from to go to the bank. All of those kinds of, if they don't drive for other reasons.
So maybe at first, was that clear, kind of what the idea was with that? Right, right.
Came up as one of the questions too, suggestions of meeting with
Hello.
the bank, seeing if they would be willing to come to Kispiox 7 days a week or something like that, like a smaller service center or something.
So I just had a question from my dad here. They were talking about cell service and I believe TELUS was supposed to come in and do a presentation about that, and it hasn't happened yet. Are they going to be returning to the community to do that before it's established?
Maybe that's a question for council there, if TELUS is coming back for...
Oh, I was right behind you. Yeah, so the discussions with TELUS are ongoing. We received a lot of feedback, especially about the location that's near the old fire hall. Cell service, okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So that's the priority. So, we had a lot of feedback. People were uncomfortable with the proposed location. We're looking at alternative locations. Nothing set in stone with TELUS just yet. So, for example, at the old dump site. But I guess this tower that TELUS wants to bring, it's not one of those super high-powered kind of regional towers. It looks like it was more so just to put it in the center of the village, and it'll just cover, the needs within the village. But yeah, overall, I think we want to keep that discussion alive, and it would be good, especially in my mind, if we did have service that somewhat extended to the bush, just for emergency situations, possibly to help with, search and rescue, or anyone who might have trouble out on the land. But we'll keep working on that. Denise had a question, then I'll... Open discussion? Not yet. At the end, I'll make sure we get to you. Yeah. So I'll bring it over to Denise. We're going to, continue. Just a few more questions for the strategic plan.
Okay, the transportation between reserves and that. I'm going to go back to what happened to me in Maple Ridge. We had very spotty transportation to 280th and 104th Avenue, which is way out in the Tules, 5-acre lots. They were going to cancel it because there wasn't enough people using it. A bunch of us wrote in letters saying, look, when you only send it out 7 o'clock in the morning, and the next one is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, nobody's going to use it because it's not going far enough. So could we have band councils around here approach transit saying we need more service instead of it 4 times a day now, having it say 6 times a day or something. That's what we did in Maple Ridge. So anyways, just a thought.
One quick question or a statement. When we're talking about transportation and following up with what Denise was just saying, I think because of the numbers of people, especially women and men as well, most of them are Highway 16. We should, as Kispiox, Chief and Council, should have our own busing system. Not only just to get back and forth to get our shopping and our groceries done from Smithers to Terrace or just to Hazelton. We should have our own busing system. Not only for shopping as well, for local people, but we should have our own busing system for when they go into the high school. Our school buses are very unpredictable when they do come. Right now we are bound to use the bus system, and that's kind of unacceptable, especially if we're saying education is #1. So maybe we should just have our own busing system. We have enough Class 1 drivers that can drive around, that can work part-time, just from this village to move people around, just for their safety.
Hamia.
I was just going to ask if you can add on there for the business support, looking at separation of lots for business and for housing. So allocating some lots for housing for business.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. So, yeah, because this is a living document, we have some folks, or help from folks like Corey, but overall, I'll bring it over to Wee Moogles. But overall, you know, as long as this keeps getting updated, we're going to keep bringing it to community. And yeah, basically, I think a lot of it, you know, we'll have to start with discussions between band council, with different agencies, different people who provide the services to make those changes. But, you know, because you mentioned it here tonight, we have it down, we have it as a priority, and we'll keep you updated as we go.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was just had a thought cross my mind a while ago, and I was thinking it might need some consultation with village hereditary chiefs. Like, I was thinking if you could extend this hall maybe 60 feet or something. Like, I kind of worry about the population getting bigger, and we probably need to be ready for that. And because I think I sense that this council is very sensitive to the culture, and I think the other thing that is floating in my head was if we had a Hall of Fame for the Albert Tates, the Mary Johnsons, and people like that. Like, and I was thinking, I see you have a building for elders. Like a part of the design might take that in, or it's just a thought. It's a food for thought thing. So, thank you. You guys are doing a good job. Thanks.
Hamia.
Thanks. I'd like to just elaborate a little bit on Art's comment. I think you ever go up in Nass Valley there, they have huge, humongous kitchens. And you always got a dinky little kitchen here. When there's a feast, the place is pretty crowded. If you have a bigger kitchen, that'd be a good idea. And the other thing, another concern I have is that the existing band office is a little too small right now. The staff is getting bigger, and more businesses arising, and the band council meeting room is too small. It's just overcrowded, I know that, and I think we should have a separate building for the band council where they could meet, and that's about it. Thanks.
Yeah, and just for folks' reference, we now meet up there for our band council meetings, and we'll probably start using that space more and more for committee meetings, because we have needed all the space we can get down at the office. Tanya.
Hello, I just wanted to say what Charlie said about a kitchen. I think we need a community kitchen that brings people together, like a teaching kitchen. Like somebody could be in there teaching the kids life skills. Elders could come and teach the youth things, and you could preserve your food there. You know, like to bring people together. That's one thing we need to do in this community is bring people back together. So I think we need a community kitchen. It's like a safe space for people to come and sit and, you know, just talk to each other, get to know each other more, and then maybe they might look at each other differently. I really think that's something we need in this kitchen, in this community. It's something that I've wanted for a long time, because teaching the kids life skills is a big thing to me, where they could, that's something they carry with them through their lifetime. So that's one thing that I really want in this community.
So I guess just on the topic of the strategic plan, is there any more questions? Otherwise, I'll hand it back to Corey to wrap up this segment. We'll get on to the next business.
Great. Well, I think that's it then from our side. So thank you everyone for your feedback. It's much appreciated, and we'll be looking to incorporate that into the next draft for presentation. Okay. Thank you again. It's okay, Kim. Thank you.
Okay. So, you know, after the strategic planning session, we have next up, I believe, the economic development plan? Yes. Yeah, we had a few amendments to the agenda, so we just have numbers written in beside them, reordering. So we're going to go into the economic development plan afterwards. We'll be looking at the community needs assessment, and then after we'll really jump into the meat and potatoes. But in the meantime, we have our third cash prize of the evening. So get your tickets ready, and the winner is
625-570-88.
Hey! Oh. And we're actually going to jump right into our next cash prize as well while we're at it. So the winning number is, maybe I'll get Lauren to read this one out.
6257106. 106.
Do we have a taker for the second one? What's that number again? 7106. Okay. Going once, going twice. Redraw.
Seven 102.
All right. Is that good volume? Sounds like good volume. My name is JP Lapointe. This is Anna Sokolowski. We're with Urban Systems, and we're here to talk about the Economic Development Plan. So it's something that's underway right now, and we're going to try to be quick because we know that there's a lot of other stuff to cover. So that's we're gonna move through this pretty quickly, I think. So. We come from a company called Urban Systems. We have offices across BC. We just have an office in Prince George, pretty close by. And we do a lot of different things, planning, engineering. I work in the land economics group, and so that's why I'm here working on your 5-year economic development plan. So the Economic Development Plan is funding that came through Lands and Economic Development Services Program and ISC. And the plan is intended to summarize economic development opportunities for Kispiox, strategic investments that can be done, and it's really going to be based on community direction. And so that's why we had the surveys out for everyone to complete, and those surveys are really important. So please complete those. So what we're looking to do is create an economic vision for the Kispiox Band, looking at opportunities and ranking them. And as Corey was mentioning earlier, it's really important to have a plan to know what direction you want to go. So if an idea comes forward, you know whether it's part of the plan or if it's not part of the plan. And it really helps organize and helps reduce risk as well. So you're not chasing different ideas here and there. You have a plan and you stick to it. So yeah, and part of that plan is a vision for the future, which would include more training, more jobs, more revenue within the community, and an implementation plan to achieve those goals. So where this economic development plan fits in kind of a hierarchy of actually getting a business started. So right now we're doing an economic development strategy that looks at some big ideas. And if there's an idea that comes forward and someone says, you know, we want to do X, then we would do potentially a feasibility study to look at that. And the feasibility study would look at the costs and the revenue available with that plan and the risks involved. And if it was seen as a good idea, then you would write a business plan, and the business plan is one that helps you get funding, and then you can move forward. So this is a process that we've gone through with a few other First Nations. Right now we're getting a campground built for the Quikwetsuutnu Huaymas. They're on Guilford Island, and it's a kayak-based campground for tourists. And I went through this entire process with them, from an economic development strategy to a feasibility study to a business plan, raised the money, now it's getting built. The same thing is happening with the Haksha First Nation. We're doing a bunch of cabins. They're on the north end of Harrison Lake. It's tourism as well, but they've received the money and we're building cabins, going through this process. So that's why, you know, this is the first step, but, you know, if there's an idea that can come out, you know, and there's a lot of ideas that have already come out, and would move through this process. But right now, this plan that we're doing is kind of the higher order plan. These slides were just the kind of nitty-gritty of what would be the tasks involved. You know, we don't need to focus too much on this. So, you know, the background, some of the background documents, Corey's team mentioned there's a lot of background documents that they base their study on. Some of them that we've looked at is the comprehensive community plan that was from 2019 to 2023. And then there's the ADL business plan. And there's some ideas in there as well that gives us a starting point. So obviously, you know, the purpose of an economic development plan is to create businesses that create revenue for the community that can help support programs, also would create opportunities and jobs for people within the community. So, support capacity building and training and you know, yeah. So, and some of the ideas that came up were a cannabis retail store, a custom cut sawmill, and woodlot expansion. So those are some ideas that have been mentioned previously in those plans. But there was other ideas in the survey that we would like to get people's thoughts on. And if you have other ideas, it'd be great to have it in the survey, because that's going to form the economic development plan. I think there's a few, like after question 17, that get into some details about different opportunities. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. So, yeah, what's the next slide? Yeah, so the the development corporation, ADL, is owned by Kispiox Village Council, has a few components that own separate businesses, employs about 30 people in the community right now. So there's the Enspayak Forest Company, the tourism company, which there could be a lot more opportunity there. Tourism is a big area for growth in the province right now, and Indigenous tourism is a real growth area. So there's some opportunity there. Other businesses run by ADL is the fuel and convenience store, and then a berry products business as well. But if there was additional businesses, they would likely be helped by ADL and operated as a separate business. And there are lots of opportunities to consider. So what we were originally thinking about doing is walking everybody through the survey and going, through all the questions and helping people finish the survey. But looking around and during the event, it seemed like everybody has filled out the survey already. Is there anybody that's still filling out the survey? And if you are, we're here and we're able to answer any questions that come up. So just in the interest of time, we are not going to go question by question through the survey, just to help the meeting move along. So yeah, this was the point that we were going to go through the survey, but I think a lot of people have already filled it out. But if there's any questions about economic development or some questions about the survey, you can let us know now, or if something comes to mind afterwards, let Blanca know, let Colin know. They have our contact information, and we'll get those comments as well. So. I tried to be quick, but anyway. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we have a question? I'll bring the mic back if we have a question. Oh. I see people waving. No, okay. It was a no wave. But yeah, any data we can get is extremely helpful in making an informed opinion. Quite often, like I'll just say this for reference, like I have a policy of staying off Facebook, for example, because you'll see a lot of stuff pop up on there, but overall, like, that's not the most reliable data. And so, like, if we can have these community meetings, we can get together, we can do this more often, we can do more surveys, we can get the information, then we can take that information when we're going to negotiate with different bodies to start getting more funding to address those problems. I see we have a question in the back. 2 questions. I'll go back here and then come back here. But it's super helpful for us to make an informed decision, so we're just not going off of a whim.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to bring up is we need our fly shop back. We need it big time because I was trying to chase the guys that wanted fly stuff around and chasing them to the band office, and then Blanca or Janet had to go. Pauline was the one that was kicking in as well and trying to sell the stuff that we had left in the fly shop. And we need our big grizzly bear back. Hey? Yeah, he's the only one that can do it. His buddy's gone, but I know he can do it. So that'd be really awesome to get the fly shop going again. That's an opportunity there for employment, and he can teach all the younger guys from school as well.
Hamia, we'll be in touch with the grizzly bear.
Just to reiterate something that Colin said, it's really like the point of this plan, one of it is really to help get funding for these ideas, and it's kind of the government has set up these kind of steps you have to go through to get funding, and this is one of them. So we do this, then we show that, oh, there's good ideas, then we go to the next step and we say, yep, it's proven to be a good idea, then you can get the money and actually make it happen. And you can do it, but you just have to like go through the process, and this is just part of that process.
Something Colin said just sparked something. He said he has a no Facebook policy. I'm generally not on Facebook either. How are we supposed to find out about things like this? When we don't have Facebook and we don't look at it, it's like I live right across the street and I have to ask somebody walking in the door what's happening at the hall because it was on Facebook and we have no idea. So isn't there a better way to communicate with each other?
Yeah, I agree, and I think, you know, a big part of that is actually making this quarterly, getting this notified well in advance, so, you know, it comes to the very start of the election term. That could be in July, and then you'll know, okay, well, exactly, this will be the date for the first quarterly meeting, this will be the date for the second, the third, and so forth. And, yeah, and I think, like, the door-to-door letter delivery. Here, I'll get over there, I see you. Radios, okay. Hey. See, those are all good ideas. I like radios, so I'm going to go back to Denise, but yeah, I agree. And by no Facebook policy, I mean, like, I'm not going to respond to every single message I get, but, you know, when it comes to announcing events, I'll put it on Facebook, but ideally, like, we got to have the full spectrum covered. Radio, podcast, live stream, door-to-door, smoke signals, we'll get it done.
If we have a forest fire, it's not going to help with the smoke signal. Okay, I'm really happy to hear that you're talking about a public quarterly meeting for us, which gives us more transparency. When you're announcing it, could you also have a tentative agenda of what you're going to be discussing, and then also give us a deadline if we want you to discuss something that's not on that agenda? Can we put in an application to add something to the agenda, sort of thing? And if it's not going to be put on there, if you could tell us ahead of time. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And did we have another question in the front here?
Do we have another question? Yeah?
Since everybody is talking about how to be contacted when there's meetings happening here, so go back to the old days like they used to do. Type out the papers and walk around with them, so you don't miss anything. Because I know some people have boxes. They're outside their houses. But they didn't give me one. But I do get notices when they bring them around. So I don't see there's any problem with that. If they happen to see anybody on the street, they will hand them the notices to them. So they take it home and then they read it. I post mine on my fridge when I do get one. So another question that I want to ask too is, I want to know about the longhouse that has been mentioned for such a long time, and there was no response to it at all. I believe, because I haven't heard anything about it, because our elders before us have tried over the years and they did not get it, and they all passed on. Now we're the third generation of the elders, so we'll try and get it. Get it while we're here. So our fourth generation will come along and they'll be using it too. And even the younger people they'll use it. Because it's a good idea to have that. You have a place to go to meet with your friends and meet with your family. Like what we're doing tonight. This is a good thing that has happened ever since COVID. Over the COVID time, we never really see each other. And that was the hardest part for everybody, especially when we have lost a lot of our people during COVID. And that was very hard to see and to hear. So I'm glad that we are here, all here tonight, to see each other, even though we're not really talking to each other, but laughing with other people that are sitting with us. So I'm very happy that I made it tonight to be here. Thank you, one and all. God bless you.
Hey there. Oh, sorry. Just going to ask, on the survey you collected names, right? And we have a population, I don't know what the population of Kispiox is, but are you looking at a percentage of responses to support this, or is it just based on who shows up? So I'm just kind of thinking of how are we going to remove some barriers? Can we have an online option to look at something like this? Because there is a lot of people out there with multiple barriers who feel that they need other avenues to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. There is an online option. So that there's a link. It's live already, but we'll send out the link again. And but there is an online version of the survey. As for the number, we want as many as possible. And for the names on the survey, there's actually, I should have mentioned, there's a draw for some cash prizes for people that have filled out the survey. So I think that's what the names are about. But, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think there might be an issue with the link, but it'll be live on Monday, early next week. So if anyone's tried to do it online, it was live for a bit, but I think there's an issue with it. But it'll go live again early next week, and then we'll get it sent out. All right.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. If there aren't any more questions, then we'll jump into the next door prizes. And so you have to be present. And, and the winner is 625-7108. Hey, winner, winner, Tiggin's dinner. Hey. And one more. Our next winner is 7107. Whoever walked in the door right before. Hey, Tanya. It was 108 and then 107. What are the odds of that? Okay, so we're going to jump into, I guess, one of our last facilitated portions of the meeting. So we're going to be calling up representatives from AE Engineering to talk about our community needs portion of the event. Then after that, we'll jump right into some of the important community topics that have been identified by community members. And then we'll move into the discussion, questions and answers, anything's fair game portion of the evening. So Hamia, I'd like to, just once again, thank you, Urban Systems, and welcome up AE Engineering. Oh, thank you. We got one more question. I apologize for that.
Well, the question that I want to ask is, are we going to have any decoration on by the bridge this year? Yeah, we'd like to see that. Very nice. Even put big Santa up there. Or big star. Lighted star. Mm-hmm. Be nice. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Blanca, decorations for the bridge? Yeah. Yeah, I think we've heard a lot about how beautiful the bridge was that one year, and yeah, I was pretty fortunate. I helped put up some of those lights myself, and it looked so beautiful in all the pictures. So we'll do our darndest to make it a winter wonderland once again. Hey. Here, I'll hand it over.
Hi, good evening. Frida Leong from Associated Engineering and Taylor Cabot. We're working on the Child and Family Services Capital Asset Needs Assessment. There's been a survey that's been going around tonight, and we're set up over there so we can answer questions, but, oh, we got trouble here. So the intention of this survey and this work is to look at the capital asset needs that are required to support the community for child and family services. And when we look at supporting child and family services, we're not looking under the model of protection, but actually under the model of prevention. So that looks at programming and things that are needed to support the community to have strong family ties, to rebuild language and culture and community, which we know that also helps with health and wellness for the community members. So all this stems from things that are happening in the federal government in terms of, you've heard about the CHRT 41 and how they're handing back child and family services to community instead of it being run by the feds. So this is all moving us forward to something that Kispiox will end up taking over and managing for themselves and taking care of their communities with their knowledge and with their understanding of what their communities need. So we're going to talk a little bit about the process of the survey and what we're intending to do with the reporting.
Thanks. And just wanted to say thanks everyone for having us. It's really a pleasure. Sorry, closer. Okay. So it's a community consultation. What? Oh, reelin'? Okay, like a pop star. Community consultation is a key component of our project because we really want it to be community driven and community led. We don't just want to cookie cutter you a building. Sorry. We don't just want to cookie cutter something that you don't need or want. So we're super excited to hear all of your thoughts and everything. So far we've had a great response tonight, and we also had the survey open online before this, so we had 28 responses to that so far. So I just wanted to go over a little bit of what we've heard to date. So the main question of the survey is what best describes your vision of strong and healthy children and families in community? So the two top answers were strengthened parenting skills and actively engaged youth. The next question was, how do you feel supported? How well do you feel these programs are accessible to you, things like that. Unfortunately, the answer is sitting at a 4 out of 10, so definitely could be some improvements. People aren't feeling super supported. The thing that people want to see more of is more cultural events, cultural ceremonies, cultural camps, community events, and then specific programming for youth. And then in terms of spaces that people are, that we've heard back so far that people are interested in would be a community gathering, a cultural gathering place, and then an indoor recreation space, which may or may not be a pool. A lot of people want a pool. And the biggest challenge that people noted for the community overall is just the lack of recreation in general, so we're hoping to improve that for you as well. But we'd love to hear more responses. 28's not enough. Your voice matters. So far we've doubled tonight, so that's excellent. Round of applause for everyone. We appreciate you. I know it's no fun. So if you did fill out a survey tonight, your name will be entered in our draw to hopefully win one of our food hamper gift baskets or some Associated Engineering swag. Anything else?
Be there or be square. So, so come around, come visit us, ask some questions if you've got anything, but get your name in the draw. And thank you again, everybody. We've had a great night so far.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is community topics. Oh, here we got one more question in the audience.
First of all, I forgot the ladies' names. But anyways, I had spoken my concerns, and I really appreciate it for what I've been going through and going around trying to get help. And the lady in plaid, she's going to be sending me some information, and I really appreciate that because how do you say this? I have gone to a few places to ask for help, and to be honest, I had gone to get a max and talked to someone there where I got answers as well. You know, when you try to reach out and you don't get answers, it's tough, really tough. And I like to just thank you so much, because it's going to help. Because I told them my situation and my granddaughter. I've gone all over the place to ask for help for her, and she was supposed to be getting counseling, but reports weren't coming back to me about it, and it's bothersome. And when you have to reach elsewhere, and especially in Kispiox band office, I got help there, and then this lady asked for my email, and she's going to send me some information. Because when you feel alone, it's no fun, especially when you're worried about your family and your grandchildren or grandchild. And that's something I don't do, is reach out and ask for help. And that's all I can say is I appreciate it, and I hope the Kispiox band office gets what I just said as well. I appreciate it, because it's tough when you try to phone health station, band office. You don't get a reply. And that same goes with child services. Because I don't want it to be too late. I don't. And that's why I was just so glad I stood there and spoke with these ladies, and for them to say there are sources out there. And it means a lot, because we do have children, not just our community, but all over. And I don't want it to be too late. I don't. I'm not speaking against anything. It just came out. And they graciously helped me. And I hope I get answers, because it doesn't feel like I'm getting it elsewhere. And that was my plea of help. Because children do matter. And that's what I told them. I had gone through a lot with what went down. Nobody checked in on me. Nobody came to ask how you're doing after the story got out there that I abused my granddaughter. No. That's why I said I don't ask for help much. But I went over there and I just opened up. And that's what I'm just learning after. I'm going to be 62. And it's taken me this long, because I'm working myself to better myself, heal myself, and find myself. And that's the reason why I want to talk, because it meant a lot, and I can't thank you enough. And that's just my venting for tonight. That it's tough to ask for help. It's tough. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah. Round of applause. That's
Okay, this is to the consultants that are here, and for Blanca. Okay, I'm just bringing this to the attention right now for everybody, and Chief and Council. Why do we have all these consultants, that are presenting to our community, and we have no members, that are working alongside them? We have these surveys that could possibly be going out door to door, and one person, taking it on, working under the child and family, working under, what was your company again? Well, either the economic development, working and, like Census Canada, they'll hire somebody, from the community to go door to door and give informed information and collecting this information. A lot of people don't have jobs, in our community. A lot of people who are working and still below poverty. In order to have healthy, strong communities, we need to help each other out. Building the community, building capacity, amongst our community members. There's a lot of young people, that can get all this information. Like, I don't even know who this Madison Oliver is, this economic development officer. Where is this person? Who is this person? Does anybody know? I don't know who this person is. That was one of the questions I was going to actually ask. So, I really think, it's nice to get all these consultants coming in, but we need to put our members to work. Our members need to work. I'm not collecting an honorarium. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. So, my 2 bits.
Hey, Hamia, I can share some thoughts, and also Blanca, if you want to. Yeah, the one thing I want to make sure to do tonight, I know as council, it's, I don't want to always throw everything at our staff, which is, typically what you see with a lot of councils. But I think that's really important feedback, and we're probably going to be doing a lot more community engagement, a lot more surveying, and yeah, I think that's a super valid point. We can have people fulfill that role, people who can learn the competencies to, whether it comes to confidentiality or how to handle information, how to handle data, even, I think, the sky's the limit in that regards, and I'll definitely take note of that.
Colin, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for coming, really appreciate. Because we all at the Ben office, we do depend on your input, your request, wish list. The Ben Kispiox band is still under Indian Act funding regime. Right now we are under basic core funding regime, which we are quite controlled by Indigenous Service Canada government. All projects are being funded. We do not have significant own source revenue, so we have to follow Canada government guidelines, which means every wish list you are voicing out, and thank you again, will be funded by the government, and we have to provide several assessments. One of those assessments has to be done by independent parties, like external consultants. That's the requirement of government to release any funding to us. So our hands are a little bit tied. It will be getting better once we will have different funding regime. But right now we are under basic core funding agreement, quite controlled by Canada, unfortunately. We will be, and we are trying to engage as many members on reserve as we can. And more projects are coming. We are starting up new council, a lot of work to be done. So again, thank you for your patience and full cooperation. And we would like to see more of the members being really involved and give us the feedback that we need the most. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Blanca. Oh, over here.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really puzzled with this housing selection. What kind of points do you need to get a home? I have a granddaughter. She didn't make the points, and I spoke to another one, and that's my grandson, and he has a daughter. He told me also that he was short on points. So what kind of points, and what do you have to do to qualify for a rent? And if I was living in an old shack, and I come to say I need a home, I'm going to be told, how many points do I need? What's with these points? Our village is suffering. My granddaughter lost her children, and I'll never forget this. She lost her children. She was on the verge of getting them back if she was set for a home. What kind of points do we need to meet this, to get a home? This is unfair. These are people that aren't working, that aren't able to work. They're on welfare. And I'm really puzzled. I need to know what points we need to have to meet their qualification for a home. It really upsets me. It's not just my grandchildren. There's other people out there that don't have a home. That's why they leave our village, because there's nowhere to stay. My home is full. I have my granddaughter. I have my son home, and Murphy and I. And if my son went out to go ask for a home, what kind of points does he need to meet? That's all why I'm here tonight, because I'm really puzzled with this home situation. There's no need to be going around trying to make points to get a home. People are trying to better themselves, and they should count for this place. Thank you.
Okay, I got you marked next in the back there, but I think this is a really important one that I know people have had a lot of questions about. And it's, an area where we could always use feedback. So basically, the rationale behind the point system is to make it blind to council. Like, for example, I might know that my cousin is in a bad space, abusive relationship, 10 kids, what have you. And then for me, I would prioritize them just because I know them. Where there could be 10 other people where I don't know their circumstances. And so even at a subconscious level, it's easy for those biases to sneak in. And so we've been trying to work on a system that, is based on, the points. But I think we have to actually talk about that. Like, for example, many of the housing projects, and I just want to say thank you so much to Brianna, because we've had so many new houses built. But at the same time, we still have a severe housing shortage. We do not have enough houses in Kispiox, and that's something that, we have staff who are just going overtime working on that. And, I can only commend them, because it's not an easy task to fix. Like, I could snap my fingers, 20 new homes could appear out of nowhere tomorrow. All of our sewage capacity needs, our electricity needs, those could all be addressed, but we're still not going to have enough houses for all the applicants. And so the point system, some of the new buildings, they're built with criteria as a part of the funding, with prioritized demographics. For example, a lot of the points, like, you might get points for if you're homeless, if your children, if you're, the number of occupants in the application match the number of rooms in the house. And, there's lots of criteria that basically, because this is subsidized housing, this is supported housing. And to my understanding, a lot of the rent we get for all these units in Kispiox doesn't even cover the costs of maintaining the buildings. I mean, in the ideal situation, we could use that rental revenue to keep building new houses. But when you have, like the supplemented rent as a part of the, SA or what have you, capped at $375 a month, that's not going to cover all the expenses. That's not going to cover all the damages. And so, I mean, at the end of the day, too, like, just this housing rental economy isn't sustainable. And so we always got to be looking for more subsidies. We always got to be looking for more sources. A lot of the extra money that, we did have from interest dollars that I think was, that came over from GGC, a lot of that gets put towards supplementing the applications for new housings. And, then there's only so much when that runs out. We're not going to be able to say, okay, well, we're going to allocate, this many $100,000 to make sure that we get this money so we could build 60 new units. And so the point system, I've heard lots of feedback. People are saying that, for people who have maybe applied several times in a row, like, that should count towards it. If you've been in the village, you've been applying through several different application periods, then that should say something. But then you also get into some of the clerical issues. When you have transition, like, our records don't necessarily, we don't have reliable records that go back 20 years. That say this person has applied like 25 times for a house and has been rejected. And I wish we did have that kind of information data keeping, but that was all before our time, and I know that's hard to say, because, like, we want it to be fair. We don't want to give special privileges, but at the same time, we don't want to discriminate. And just at the end of the day, there's just not enough houses. And, like, we're pushing as fast as we can to build them because people need homes. Then also, I think in a more ideal world as well, like, we should be pushing for people to own their own homes. We should be pushing for homes that can be handed down from generation to generation. Build people up, build up the inheritance, build up the actual assets and the life skills that come with owning a home. Right now we have a double subsidy for $110,000 towards new builds, but at the same time we run into issues with that, with ISK delays in delivering those funds. So that's something, like, we're really pushing for, because I can tell you so far every single new house build that's come to our table, if someone's filled it out, we've approved it. Because we want people to have homes. We want people to own homes. That's the priority. Because, you know, abandoned rental is not the most stable long-term solution. Because we have growing families, we have lots of kids that are coming in. Our population is going up really fast. You know, I think we had a question about the populations on reserve. I believe we have just under 700 band membership on reserve. And then we have, I believe, between 800 and 900 in total, including non-members. And then off reserve, we have well over 1,000 members off reserve, and many of them do want to come home. Many of them are looking for homes here, because we all know how crazy expensive it is getting down in Vancouver and elsewhere, other city centers. And so we just can't build the homes fast enough, but that doesn't mean that we don't have, you know, like I can only commend Brianna for the homes we do have. But still, like, that is one of the key priorities. And so, yeah, I'll pass the mic around, and we can keep talking about the point system too. And if you have information that you want to say, like, hey, well, this deserves to be looked at, you know, during an application, what have you. But the goal here is to make it fair. The goal here is so that we're not just giving homes to relatives of council. You know, we're trying to get over some of those faults that we've had to deal with in the past. And, you know, the blind process so far has been the only way we could figure out to overcome that, because we're such a tight-knit, small community. But there's always room for improvement. We're always going to keep pushing to build new homes. And if we can improve the process every time, you know, if we can make it easier for people to apply, easier for people to meet the criteria, to ensure that we get the best people, you know, in homes where they need to be, that could even save lives, save families, then that's pretty darn important. So I'll just hand it over to Blanca.
Thank you, Colin. I would like to add a little bit more information to the members, because we feel members should be informed that infrastructure would be on another meeting. It's not only to build the houses, but the community infrastructure, especially the sewage lagoons, are up to the capacity. So our lagoon capacity, it's about 1,000 members. We are at 900 users, so we cannot even build another 50 houses, because we have no sewage system be able to take the capacity. So we are facing to develop brand new sewage system, about $35 million enclosed system, which would be servicing up to 2,500 people to have some extra capacity. But right now we are not only limited by number of lots, houses, but most importantly and more serious is the sewage system, which is up to full capacity right now. We cannot accommodate more than another 5-6 houses, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca. Okay, I'll go over here and then over. Oh.
I think one of the things that Colin didn't make clear is with this application process is that when it comes to council, we're not looking at names. It's totally anonymous. What we do have is the information there. So there is no bias on people's names or what people may think of them. That was kind of the idea behind the system. And you know, like even myself, I've been on council for a few years, and at one of the intakes I applied for it, and I didn't meet the criteria. So, you know, it's the kind of system that doesn't hold bias towards me as a councillor, and you know, I think it's the only kind of fair system out there right now. So I think when we look at housing, no matter how your application may result, whether or not you're accepted or whether or not you have to apply again, I think it just needs to be said that it's a fair system, and you know, it's obviously it's not a perfect system, but you know, when we're looking at what's happening with housing, it's not just Kispiox, it's every community around here. Like, even our members can't go to Hazelton to find rental units and stuff like that, right? So it is a bigger issue, and right now we're looking at not just the building need, but the cost of building has gone skyrocketed in the last few years since COVID, right? So it is a big issue, and I think that, you know, we as council are trying to address those issues. So I just think it needs to be kind of said that that system, no matter how flawed it may seem, or, you know, that we're not sitting back making decisions on people's names or their history or any of that, right? The application is put forward and the points are applied before those names come to us. So, and you know, there was other talks about that, and I think with the housing the way it is, that some of those applications, like we can't even, like if we're not looking at names, we can't make judgments on people, their lifestyles, their history, or any of that. But you know, when they get into a unit, it's going to be up to them to prove that they can stay in one of these units. So you know, there's expectations put on them, and if they don't follow up with those expectations, you know, those housing units will be opened up again. If you get kind of what I'm talking about. So.
I'll work my way down across. So I'll go here, then Denise, then down over to you.
Points. There's one person that's been getting a lot of points and gets a home every time. This person's been moving around the village, had how many places? And they're talking about a list. How many times you look over a list and see Charlie Morrison on a list? I quit putting my application in because they built a house for my brother, but didn't finish it. They put it together and walked away from it. And the band manager said, yeah, this house is getting built through unemployment. And I walked over and I asked the guys, I said, hey, you guys would jump around like this when it's working time, not when it's just payday. And they didn't even complete that house. That house I'm living in, it belonged to my oldest brother. Now I apply for a house too because I got a medical problem and I'm suffering, but I still go to work every day. And, you know, like I said, this one person's got a big number. He's got numbers every time there's a house opening. Doesn't matter whether it's a used house or a new house. He's got it. That's not fair. You guys talking about being fair? No. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi. The point system. I don't know much about it, but then I'm very fortunate that I am living in my mom's house, and she built it in '94. And I've also, but I can remember my sister and my mom making sure they had copies of every time they applied. And they would have files. And I found those files while going through their personal papers. And it was a couple of years, but they got it. I think part of the problem, you're trying to go for transparency. We're not going to get all the questions done in this meeting now, because this housing program is very, very drastic, and it's very important to people. If we're having another meeting within the next month or two, put it out there that this is going to be on the first of the agenda. If you have any problems, you come to that meeting. A lot of people that have problems, I've heard from them at social events in here, feast, they're not here. They're not here listening to these answers. So basically, you're just going to be repeating the answers you're giving us now will be repeated with the next meeting. And the point system. You want to keep it confidential, fine. But how many people got so many points? Who got this? You can list client A, client B, client C, client D. This is the points they got. You don't have to say where their points came from. This person got 98. This person got 97. Or something like that. If this is what this points is about. Double blind. Keeping it totally confidential. And if somebody has been applying year after year, they should get an extra 5 points or something. Or they should be put in to a separate column where they get first choice. If they've applied 5 years in a row, they should be way up there. Okay, thank you very much.
Amia, thank you, Denise.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to ask about, it was mentioned it was subsidized housing. Does that mean the criteria is for people that are at low income and are on welfare or disability? That is a priority for these housing.
Maybe I can ask Brianna.
House bills? Okay. All right, let me get this to load again. I had it up earlier. So first of all, if the application was on time, if not, they were deducted points. We did an affordability analysis, so based on the percentage of which you can afford a unit, you were awarded between 5 and 25 points. In considering more than a one-bedroom rental unit, if you have children or dependents, that was extra points. If it's for a one-bedroom, that's non-applicable. If you have debts to the band, so typically if you already have debt, that's just you're not eligible for rentals. If you have suitable references, we accept character references, but you had to have both. It was 5 points per reference for a max of 10 points. If you're a band member, we have some that applied that have gone through all of the hoops of being a band member, but Indigenous Services Canada takes up to 3 years to give that person a band number, so they just didn't get as many points as those who already have a 532 number. My screen flipped. Based on your current living situation, so those who are already on reserve or in the area get more points than those who are outside of our area. If you work for Kispiox or an organization that supports our community, there are extra points here because we want to help support the people who are helping our community continue to run. If you're living overcrowded, couch surfing, homeless, or facing homelessness, you get extra points for that. For elders units, we award points for elders and people with disabilities. That's not applicable for like our new sixplexes with the stairs. So council has committed to helping children in care return to their parents and families, so there's extra points for this. So we've also added a question for self-reporting if you have a criminal record. Points were deducted here if you indicated that you do have a past criminal record. And we are awarding extra points for previous unsuccessful applications when I have the information. As Colin mentioned, I don't have 20 years of records for this. All I have is the records from since I've been in this role, so that's March 15, 2021. And then it's not in the point system, but I have included for council if an applicant has indicated that they're living in an extremely unhealthy situation, such as mold. As other councillors have mentioned, I mean, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. The entire country is feeling this. We had 30 applicants and awarded 10 or 11 units. So it's just, we have a huge number of people applying and not enough houses to go around. So we're working on applying. I applied for multi-unit funding. We're doing what we can, but it's just, it's a housing crisis. So that's what it is. And those are the points. Yes. As Colin said, every application that we have received, we have approved. And then we send it on to Indigenous Services Canada, who takes forever to answer. We send them all to ISK. ISK has not indicated any limit. We have pushed them to tell us how many we can apply for. They've said we can continue to apply. Building a home, is a really big process. And so you need blueprints, you need quotes to bring your house to 100% ready to move in. So it is a big, big application. The subsidy is only $110,668. That does not build you a whole house. So you also need your financing figured out for whatever the difference is to get your home to 100%. So any application with all of that information that we've received has been approved by our council. Indigenous Services Canada is another matter altogether. They've said we can apply as many times as we like. What they approve is dependent on their federal budget and all sorts of things that they won't share with us. I've asked, how many should we apply for? How many can we get? How many can we get? And they don't answer. Yeah, that is CMHC Section 95 housing, and so they don't, really income test anymore. They're more caring about bringing affordable housing into communities. That is how we have the 7 modulars. That is the most that we could do with the funding that they give, and they have all this modesty criteria, and so that isn't really, like, it's up to the First Nation and the council of the day when the mortgages because they're typically 25-year mortgages. So when those are done, it's up to council if they want that to continue to be a rental or if they want that to look like a home ownership type process at the end of the day. And whenever CMHC gives me money, I do run with it as much as I can.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Brianna. Okay, I guess just since we're on the topic of housing, if there's any more questions, otherwise, we can revisit it. We'll have an open question period. What's that, Denise? No, I think we got to keep coming back to this because it's one of the most important things in the village, and there's always room for improvement. That's the thing, and I think all of us are open-minded to new ideas, new ways to improve it, and right now we're just doing our best to make it as fair as we can.
Yeah, I was talking about housing. First of all, Blanca mentioned that the sewer system is maximized, and I was just wondering, are you going to still push for houses when the sewer is maximized, or are you going to try and get the sewer up to par first?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to work on both simultaneously, because, you know, our system is a bit overloaded with guts right now. You know, civil engineering, that's all a part of it, developing new lots, getting all the hookups that are necessary for quality of life. I was really hoping Gigi would stick around too, because, you know, he had some important questions that we should address. And I think we can make sure to follow up on that, because, yeah, got one more question in the back, but yeah, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, because I think our village is growing to unprecedented sizes. And we're going to have only more and more applicants, more and more kids that are growing up, needing homes, more and more families. And I wouldn't even be surprised in our lifetime. We're well over 1,000 people here in the village.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Starr. Analagya here from Kispiox. I would just like to thank Chief and Council, especially Blanca, for this meeting, because we haven't had a meeting within the community for so many years. And I believe in transparency, and I really appreciate the door-to-door service with the surveys, and also just letting us know about the meetings, this meeting tonight, this evening. I know we are stuck in a really bad era in this community. It's always housing, but I believe in the economic growth in this community. We don't have to build houses for our community here in the village. There's big options in this world, like Hazelton, building a motel, or another facility outside this area. And I really thank our economic development for you know, just being there for our community, because it's very fair to have other people helping our community grow, and especially to the two ladies in the back there. I heard Becky speaking earlier, and our children do matter, and there's a lot of opportunities for our youth and our children to flourish, because when I was a young athlete, this place was open like all week except Fridays, and we do need our gymnasium back. That's one thing we really do need in our community for our youth and elders. But I do want to just say thank you to everybody who works, especially our O&M, for taking good care of our village. We're very fortunate to have a beautiful village. I honestly could say we have one of the nicest villages in the whole area, and I'm so grateful for our community members, because that's just, I want to keep the positive in our community and build on it. So thank you very much.
Hamia? Okay, well, so we have 3 topics on the agenda that folks have been asking us about, and I think are pretty important to cover. And then after we cover those topics, we'll just get into the open discussions, question answers, and community priorities. So the first topic is community safety and well-being. So specifically, developing some very solid zero crime and zero tolerance for drug dealers. And so, you know, any feedback you have on the best way to approach this, I think that's important, because, you know, sometimes, like, we don't want to be discriminating, but also we can't tolerate certain things, especially when we have rental agreements in our rental units that directly stipulate we can't have any drug dealing happening in those units, especially when we have units that are designated for families. We can't have those units being places where, you know, dangerous activities could occur, like the safety of the community, and especially when we have that density in housing, like with our new units. And also when we deal with this too, like, we also have to respect people's confidentiality in situations. But I think just the stance that we've taken, that we've been working hard to implement in the best way we can, is you know, enforcing those rental agreements, which will lead to situations where units get opened up for other folks. But at the same time, we have to develop our own policies and ways of vetting the information that comes to us, so that if someone doesn't like someone, they just say, oh, they're dealing this or doing that, then we're not going to boot them out without evidence. You know, so that's something we've been working on, and I think we're all hoping for a bit of feedback from community, and especially, you know, this would be a time too to talk about crime in general, or anything you'd like to see from us in council when it comes to dealing with, you know, dangerous drugs or thefts or what have you. Because this is, community safety has been one of the important issues that comes to our table time and time again.
I just want to know all those survey markers where they're rebuilding up on the east side there. Every one of them has been destroyed and gone. I know where the marker should go on our property, but the rest are all gone. Are they going to have a resurvey when they're done there? Does anybody know? And the reason I'm asking is our next door neighbor, they're not very often, because I think they work in a camp. They got one of those big 4x4s with big high wheels and great big knobs on it. They're running on the back of our property. Couple of nights, 3 o'clock in the morning, they woke me up, coming really close to our house. And the big tire marks are just digging into the ground. And it looks just awful. Mel Wright took a picture of it. And he said he was going to take it to the band office to see what can be done about it. But our property there had a beautiful lawn where it was before, nice and level, and the band office had actually sent up somebody to mow the lawn for us, and it looked real good. It looks awful now. There's no sign of grass in some places. It's just all mud and dug down quite a bit. And not only that, instead of using their own driveway, they come across ours, right in front of our house, and go into their yard. Again, our property all the way across. So I don't know who to see about that, but that if it's going to look like a lawn again this spring, something's got to be done about it. And I tried to stop him a couple of times, and he took right off on that 4x4. In fact, the last time I tried to stop him, he just waved his hand at me and he took off. Because I wanted to show them where the the survey markers are, and that they definitely were on our property, and that's destroying private property. It's been about 3 years since we paid for our house in full, and so the property goes with the house, and somebody with authority should see them and tell them, because I told them and they wouldn't listen. And if I take them to court and the court knows it's private property, they have to pay for the damage, they have to pay for the workers that'll come in and level it out again and replant it, and they would have to pay for the court cost. And that's something I've been thinking about for a long time. And I just want to say one other thing. The people that are responsible to bring in lunch 3 days a week to the elders, they're doing a marvelous job, and we thank them very much for what they have done for us. God bless you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was not ready to inform the village about absolutely everything because it's too many projects, but we did apply to the ISK for funding to have village and lots surveyed again, because we are aware of the lost markers and sometimes the neighbors dispute. Again, I cannot promise that will be happening in a week, but we did apply to have the new survey done on about 220 lots in the village, and also put it on the digital system, so we will know exactly each property border, and it's about $2.2 million. But we did apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca. What's that? Crime, drug use. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see
I asked permission if I could share the story. Just a few days ago, one of the elders had a break-in, and there was 4 people, all dressed in black. They were caught on video, and they rummaged through that elder's place in broad daylight, and they found his roll of quarters, and that's all that they took when they went through that elder's place. So our elders aren't safe, even with their security cameras. You know, we all need to keep our eyes and our ears open and report any suspicious activity. We can't be protecting our family no more. We need to look after our elders. So I just wanted to share that in the meeting here, you know, because we talk about community safety. So, Hamia.
Yeah, that is very concerning. And yeah, if we have any feedback too, I know there's a lot of strategies that different communities employ. You know, quite often it takes funding, but also like you have, like for example, just our neighboring community of Sigidach, where every night at 11 o'clock, they basically start to surveil who goes in and out of the community, which really cut down a lot on theft and a lot on just the deals that were happening. But at the same time, you know, I think they still have to deal with people who just simply walk through the bush to continue on with the same stuff. Yeah, and I think this is one where community feedback is really important because, you know, when we're dealing with these matters, like we can't just go off of hearsay. We can't go off of Facebook. Often there's legal repercussions. Even at the same time, we have to take into account people's safety. Because, you know, sometimes if you're pointing someone out or you're the one to step up and say, hey, this person's doing something highly illegal, then you could be targeted in return. So we need those procedures to make sure that it's safe for people to actually address these issues. Because the last thing we want is any of our community members being targeted, any of our community members being harmed, or even any of our staff, or, you know, anyone really in the village taking the brunt of that. And I think that's where it's really important that we as an entire community come up with a vision and come up with a game plan. So they're not going to say, oh, it's just, you know, Colin going to war against, you know, all these people. Like, okay, that guy's the problem, so why don't you just take him out? You know, or why don't you scare him or harass him? Like, at the end of the day, we got to do this together. We got to do this collectively. And, you know, we'll probably touch on this some more in the future, but I think it's really important, just for safety's sake, that we have, you know, a vision for community safety, that we're all on the same page. Because it's, you know, safety in numbers, as they say. So if there's any more questions about that, like these are all things too that we'll keep revisiting, and we'll keep addressing, like always at future meetings. And also, just the last point, if anyone has feedback, we still have a few more topics to cover, but if you have feedback on how to make these meetings better, you know, if there's something where you thought, okay, maybe, like I heard a suggestion, like Denise was saying, put housing right at the forefront, so when people are fresh, full of energy, you can jump right into it. I don't know. Maybe that might backfire, but you, security, yeah, I think that will depend on the operations and funding, because I think a lot of that security came out of COVID. And a lot of that COVID money is no longer existent, so we got to find alternatives for a lot of the services that came from that time.